On October 3, 1948, months after the establishment of a branch of the University of London to serve British colonies, including an extramural department, then the University College of the West Indies, the first campus officially opened in Mona, Jamaica. 10 women and 23 men from across the Caribbean enrolled to study medicine. Later that year, through royal charter, the university was formally approved by the Privy Council. It has been rendered as a place of light, liberty, and learning, as well as a Caribbean response to the challenge of change by Sir Philip Sherlock, the first Director of Extramural Studies, and Professor Rex Nettleford, the first UWI alumnus to become Vice-Chancellor in their joint monograph documenting the university's history. 75 years ago, what began as a fledgling university campus in Jamaica has evolved into a future-driven and top-ranked global academy with 5 campuses across the Caribbean and global centers in North and Latin America, Asia, Africa, and Europe.
We are rich in innovations and ideas. We are powerful pelicans, ready to fly on those wings of change like never before.
We are renowned for an exceptional record of producing critical thinkers and leaders who serve the needs of the 21st century society, and at 75, we're just hitting our stride.
UWI's legacy is the light of stellar service and leadership in the Caribbean for 7.5 decades.
A global university rooted in the Caribbean, activist, SDG engaged, climate smart, and championing reparatory justice with a mission to advance learning, create knowledge, and foster innovation for the positive transformation of the Caribbean and the wider world. As we mark our 75th anniversary in 2023, the UWI at 75 Jubilee supports a reflection of our past, homage to the present, and the future outlook.
And so we have to be robust in our management, we have to be strategic in our decision making, and we have to ensure that this university continues to rise and to make proud the people of the Caribbean.
We are rooted. Although our growth and impact continues to be global, we remain strongly influenced by where our university's foundation was built and by our service to Caribbean people and their contributions to the UWI's development. We are ready. We continue to be an advocate for the region, its needs and advancement, and we are recognized as a valuable resource for expertise on every issue that it faces, playing an unprecedented role in enabling the Caribbean's readiness, ability to overcome challenges, to build the Caribbean's resilience, and revitalize Caribbean development. We are rising. We face head-on with realness and honesty the reality that there is still room for the university to grow. We are on a continuous path of improvement and development, and as the light rising from the west, we aspire to rise, to soar higher, and to be a beacon of empowerment to our community. Rooted, ready, rising. Join us for the 75th anniversary of the University of the West Indies. Learn more at www.uwi.edu/75.
The 75th anniversary of the university, 2023, will be a magnificent year.
It all began with the dream of a team holding in hand a disruptive 10-year strategic plan intended to rekindle growth in the Caribbean economy. A strategy to refashion an excellent academy, the University of the West Indies, now 7 decades deep in service to its community, with an objective to lead it beyond its historic legacy, to grasp its long-desired destiny. The UWI, a strategy group, 5 campus principals, pro-vice chancellors, registrars and finance officers, student organizers, ardent administrators and managers, and a vice chancellor. Backed by 17 Caribbean governments, supported by tested global partners, over a dozen distinguished universities, and a network of determined development donors. The plan, bold and courageous, was to take it to a place it had never before inhabited, to the top, there to dwell among the best, the world's best. For 5 arduous years, it was prepared to take international ranking tests. It did emerge at the top with the very best. First in the Caribbean, from a field of over 100 distinguished universities and top 4% of the global best. The journey to the top took 1,000 steps, each a calculated choice, options for opportunities, rising on the shoulders of veterans and stalwarts, hundreds of men and women who fought heroically through the colonial phase to arrive at this stage. Revitalized with a one UWI vision, the UWI was launched upon its next voyage, leaving behind, with solemn celebration, the ancestral university of the prior century. Upward and onward, the new UWI was forged and refashioned as a university system, a system with multiple sectors, local and global. A 21st century university system redesigned to meet the region's future needs, guided by its AAA strategic plan with pillars of access, alignment, and agility, a vehicle for the voyage along the higher education highways of the future. First came the restructuring and refocusing of the open campus, and finally a 5th campus led by Principal Griffith, experience in action, erupting in the 5 islands community of Antigua and Barbuda and bearing its name. But in between, 8 new global university centers planned in partnership with the best universities. With the State University of New York, a joint center for leadership and sustainable development. In China, with the Global Institute for Software Technology, a joint center to train Caribbean software engineers in the sizzling technology park of Suzhou. In Africa, with the University of Lagos, Nigeria, a center for culture and arts. And in South Africa, with the University of Johannesburg, a joint center for global African studies. In Canada, with Brock University, a center for Canada-Caribbean studies. In Cuba, with the University of Havana, an institute for sustainable development of the Caribbean peoples. In England, with Coventry University, a joint center for industry academic partnerships. In Scotland, the UWI, University of Glasgow Centre for Research and Reparatory Justice, making history, the first university to apologize for enrichment from slavery and agreeing to pay reparations. And in the making, 2 new centers, one in the European Union to foster Caribbean post-Brexit interests, the other in South America, in Colombia, a joint teaching and research project at the University of the Andes. Finally, UWA rose as a founding partner in the 10-member University of Miami-based Hemispheric University Consortium, an online strategy to revolutionize research collaboration across the hemisphere. The UWI system then is a re-engineered global enterprise rooted in the Caribbean with a Caribbean mandate. While forging a bright future, it is sweeping away the dark colonial past. First, It institutionalized a gender policy, empowering and celebrating women within the system. Then Milner Hall, symbol of a celebrated imperial apartheid era, now erased and renamed by resident students. Freedom Hall, a lesson in liberation. Repatriated to regional justice, the role and function of the Queen of England as our visitor. Finally, a Center for Reparations Research and the P.J. Patterson Center for Africa Caribbean Advocacy, established to promote and guide the completion of the decolonization process. The UWI system, a new academic enterprise, transformed to better serve and sustain the transformation of the Caribbean region. The journey to the top was principally driven by programs with specific pedagogical purposes to protect and propel the people of the region. See, for example, the excellence of UWI medicine and UWI science active in the field, side by side with governments, fighting the war against viral pandemics. First with the Zika task force in 2016, now with the COVID-19 task force, both led by the persistent, dependable Professor Clive Landis. COVID, chronic disease, and climate change, the three deadly C's of Caribbean society, confronted, contested by UWI science. The UWI science sector, selected to lead climate change advocacy by the International Association of Universities, with a team of top-class scientists, Michael Taylor, David Smith, and John Agard, now preparing to pioneer the creation in the Caribbean of the world's first climate-smart university. The UWI system, a 21st century alignment-ready academy, now prepared to bond in capital markets with the private sector, aligned with top-class companies, companion travelers, Sagicor, NCB, JMMB, Republic Bank, Flow, Grace Kennedy, and a dozen others, focusing on funding top-class teaching and research. The Mona model, the passionate pursuit of revenue. Principal Weber, weaving magic to keep his city bright and well-watered, capturing capital to bring fruit home to his beloved Mona. Professors of practice, a class of honorary icons of industry brought on board to pave the path, strengthening industry academic relations. The UWI system ready for a new funding frontier beyond the public treasury into the territory of private equity, inviting investment partners to sustain the academy. Heads of governments meeting in Haiti agreed to reconcile all receivables in an assets for cash exchange. Prime Minister Rowley leading the field with the Couva Hospital deal, government and university owning and revenue sharing, calling Principal Courtlam to craft UWI's largest ever project, an artery from St. Augustine to Couva to Destiny de Bay. Prime Minister Motley, sincerity on show, honored the Barbados debt, injected cash, reviving Cave Hill, connecting Principal Barito to Bridgetown, there to imagine a smart campus from gown to town. Grenada, granting 88 acres of land, and the Bahamas pledging 20 in Nassau, St. Vincent financing the largest open campus site, launching the mind of Principal Longsworth of the open campus into a new online orbit. But rising and capturing the top, ball beating were the students, creating sporting history on the journey. The combined campuses team, gloriously winning the 2018 Regional Super 50 Cricket Championship, defeating all challenges, claiming the status, best cricket team in the West Indies. And there was more to the tour. Two students, Jason Holder and Carlos Brathwaite, carefully nurtured within UWI, rising to the top, taking the captaincy of West Indies teams in Tests and T20, respectively. With the power of example of student success came the plan to create a UWI-wide faculty of sport, the first of its kind in over 40 years, serving the region in the sport arena, an area of proven proficiency. The visual tapestry of these journeys to the top was captured and packaged for the community, regionally and globally, in a vision whose time had come, UWI-TV, a jewel in the crown. UWI-TV, for all to see, a 24/7 education cable channel like no other in the region and beyond, online and on everything, designed and directed by Janet Carew, bolted to the top with familiar Caribbean speed, representing the UWI brand daily before diverse audiences. The UWI system, 5 campuses, 8 global centers, a 21st century journey driven by development, designed for justice, arriving inexorably at the apex. Captured, crystallized in a 2019 BBC Caribbean report in which the world was told that the region, while facing many serious challenges, can look to the future with optimism, knowing that within it resides a top-ranked, high-class, global university. The University of the West Indies system, locally relevant, globally ranked and agile, an activist academy with a charismatic Caribbean personality, regionally rooted like no other.
Testing. Testing, testing. They're doing a processional now. They're getting set to do the processional now. I don't know if you can see that. We will now welcome the graduating class of UWI School of Clinical Medicine and Research, the Bahamas 2024. Let us remain standing. We will now stand for the national anthem. We will now invite Dr. Taj Dorset, one of our outstanding students of the class of 2024, to lead us in prayer.
Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, as we gather today to celebrate the culmination of years of hard work and dedication, let us take a moment to reflect on the journey that has led us to this significant milestone. We give thanks for the knowledge imparted, the challenges overcome, and the growth experienced during these years of rigorous study. May the skills we have acquired empower us to serve our communities with compassion, wisdom, and integrity. As we begin our careers, we ask for God's continued guidance and protection. Grant us the humility to continue learning, the courage to advocate for our patients, and the resilience to persevere in the face of adversity. May the bonds forged here among classmates, mentors, and friends endure as a source of support and fellowship throughout our professional lives. In this moment of celebration, let us also remember those who have supported us along the way, our families, friends, and loved ones who have stood by us with unwavering encouragement. We also remember the guardian angels we have gained along the way and pray they are smiling over us today. We pray for our fellow classmates that were unsuccessful in examinations. Help them to be resilient and to know that this isn't the end of their journey. As we look forward to the future, let us embrace the responsibility entrusted to us with humility and determination. May our endeavors be guided by a commitment to excellence and a dedication to the highest standards of care. We offer this invocation in the spirit of hope, gratitude, and celebration. Amen.
You may be seated. Honorable Dr. Michael Darville, Minister of Health and Wellness, Bahamas. Honorable Glenys Hannah Martin, Minister of Education. Former Governor General Dame Ivy Dumont. Principal Professor Denzel Williams, University of the West Indies. Registrar Dr. Donovan Stanberry, UWI. Mr. Jonathan Archie, Deputy Registrar, UWI. Dr. Corinne Sinqui, Director, UWI, School of Clinical Medicine and Research, Bahamas. Dr. Robin Roberts, Past Director, UWI SCMR. Mrs. Bridget Cooper, Country Head, Open Campus, the Bahamas. Dr. Mercelyn Dowell Regis, Registrar, Bahamas Medical Council. Chief Medical Officer, Bahamas, Dr. Pearl Macmillan of the Ministry of Health. Commodore Raymond King of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, Dr. Loxley Munro, President, UWI Medical Alumni Association of the Bahamas, Dr. Mortimer Moxie, Interim President, UWI Alumni Association of the Bahamas, Dr. Gemma Roll, President of the Medical Association of the Bahamas. We also have with us Mrs. Elma Garraway, retired Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Health, as well as the Ministry of Education. Dr. Aubenette Roll, Managing Director, Public Hospitals Authority. Ms. Mary Walker, Hospital Administrator. Ms. Jessica Cartwright, Incoming Hospital Administrator. UWI faculty, lecturers, and staff. We also wish, most importantly as well, to honor the graduating class of 2024 of UWI SCMR. All of the family members, friends, and loved ones of this class as well. And we are truly delighted that you are here to celebrate in this most auspicious induction ceremony. I am Dr. Sabrika Pinder-Butler, lecturer, UWI, SCMR, and postgraduate coordinator of family medicine. Tonight, we are here to celebrate God's faithfulness to this class. We know that your work has not gone in vain. We know that the work of your parents, your teachers, and all of the mentors, and certainly as well the government of the Bahamas that also invested in you. And so we're all happy to be here this evening. Now, I'm sure most of you can see from the program that we have quite a bit to get through this evening, so we're going to be very time conscious. And we all also want to get to the most exciting parts that I think many of you are here for as well. So we're going to move right along. We're going to first welcome Dr. Loxley Munro, President of the UWI Medical Alumni Association of the Bahamas, to bring greetings.
Good evening, all. Protocol having been established, I must say that it's truly an honor and a privilege for me to stand here to bring these few words. Some of you may have been here last year to know that I got fussed out extensively because of what I had to say. But they can tell you that very seldom I apologize for what I do. Very, very seldom, because what I do, I have thought about it for a long time, and I answer just to one person. First of all, I would like to say congratulations to these new students, these new doctors. I don't apologize because I'm in the Bahamas, I'm Bahamian, and the best thing in the world is the Bahamas. The next best thing for me is the University of the West Indies, because without that organization, I would not be in the position that I hold right now. So I would like to truly congratulate all of you all for coming through that exam, that training. Congratulations. And I bring that on behalf of the University of the West Indies and the Alumni Association, for which I was made president of a few years ago. We have a lot of plans. I would like to encourage you all to truly follow your calling and live up to your fiduciary responsibility. One of the most hurtful things for me as a Bahamian is when I hear them talk bad about Princess Margaret Hospital. Y'all laugh, I'm dead serious, okay? That is not a joke. Some of the brightest people in the world is right in this country. Why is it that we don't do what we're supposed to do? You know why? Because in many instances we listen to what people are telling us. We need to do what we are called to do. Your reward is not by how much money you make. It is by what you do for the least. The person who walked through that door and cannot pay you. And I can tell you, it's not going to get any easier. If you think that exam and that course was difficult, working in the public service is not an easy task. It's going to test you. But you know, the devil always wins the battle because the road is nice and smooth, but it leads downhill. You got to climb a stairway to get to heaven. Remember that. It's not going to be easy. The Alumni Association, Dr. Sincree, this is the last few words. You know, in 1975, when I started the university, Bob Marley sang his song, "In this great future, never let us forget our past." We come from the Bahamas. We come to the University of the West Indies. Let us remember that. We should not be going overseas for anything. Yes, you can go for training and so forth, but remember what you're being trained for, to bring those talents back home, okay? And the tree doesn't need sustainability when it starts to wither. You have to nurture that seed. You have to put it in the pot. You have to water it. You have to continue to water it. It'll bear fruit. So I'm just saying to you all, the Alumni Association is what makes the university sustainable, along with other partners. But if all of the students would help to sustain the university, it will never fail. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Monroe. Truly, that was an historic occasion because I think that's the shortest remarks that Dr. Monroe has ever given. I've known him for over 20 plus years. So God is good. We're now going to welcome Dr. Gemma Roll, President of the Medical Association.
Protocol already established. Good evening. The extraordinary graduating class of 2024. I bring greetings to you all as the President of the Medical Association of the Bahamas. I stand before you today, fully regaled in cap and gown, to extend a warm welcome and heartfelt congratulations on this momentous occasion. I know that this is not the requirement for this setting to wear my cap and gown. However, please indulge me as I seize the moment to share the overwhelming experience I had almost 20 years ago when graduating from Howard University College of Medicine and seeing myself dressed like my professors and attendings who were welcoming us to the fold. Though many of healthcare workers may don a white coat, this floppy hat and hot gown sets us apart. It is with great pride that I welcome you into the revered medical fraternity, a community dedicated to the noble pursuit of healing and caring for others. In recognition of your remarkable achievement, the Medical Association of the Bahamas is delighted to present each of you with a special gift, a book that chronicles the rich history of medicine in our beloved country. The book is named Healthcare in the Bahamas, 200 Years of Growth and Development, written by Dr. Harold Munnings, our very own medical historian at the association. Through this token, by knowing how far we have come as an industry, we hope to inspire you to embrace your role as future leaders and healthcare providers, and to also inspire you to make meaningful contributions to the health and well-being of our nation. I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to the University of the West Indies for extending the honor of inviting the MAB to give remarks at this illustrious event. the induction of the newest members of our noble profession. It is truly a privilege to be a part of this momentous occasion, celebrating the achievements and bright futures of the graduating class. The University of the West Indies has long been a beacon of excellence in medical education, producing talented and compassionate healthcare professionals who will undoubtedly make significant contributions to the field of medicine and beyond. I'm just going to take a break in my little speech. As Dr. Monroe said, that if you choose to go abroad and further your training, just know that I started medical school in the US and did my entire training there, and the UWI graduates were amongst the best of the residents that were at my program. We commend the university for its commitment and dedication to nurturing the next generation of healthcare providers. I'll take another pause in my speech, still quick. I want to acknowledge all of the members of the Medical Association of the Bahamas, but first the Executive Council, who is here with me this evening. Can you please stand? The Executive Council, the Vice President. Yes, we have our Vice President, our Secretary, and our immediate past President present. And may all of the physicians and members of the Medical Association please stand for me, all physicians in the room. Thank you. I urge each and every one of you new physicians to consider becoming members of our illustrious association. By joining our ranks, you will gain access to a network of experienced healthcare professionals, invaluable resources, and opportunity for continued learning and professional growth. But most importantly, you will be supporting and giving back to an association who for years has done so much to safeguard the integrity and excellence of the medical profession in the Bahamas. Please visit mabbahamas.com for further information on how to become a member. Ask not what the association can do for you, in the great words of Dr. Sinqui, but what you can do for the association. As you embarked on this new chapter of your journey, I implore you to always uphold the duties and obligations that come with being a physician. Remember the solemn oath you have sworn, the Hippocratic Oath, and let its principles guide you in your practice with compassion, integrity, and humility. I have full confidence that each of you will go on to achieve great things and make a positive impact in the lives of those you serve. Congratulations, class of 2024. I look forward to witnessing the remarkable accomplishments that lie ahead for each and every one of you. We look forward to continued collaboration and partnership with the University of the West Indies as we work together to advance the practice of medicine and improve healthcare outcomes for all.
Thank you, Dr. Roll, for those wonderful words of wisdom. We know that the UWI School of Clinical Medicine and Research has certainly evolved throughout the years and have had many wonderful accomplishments. So at this time, I will invite our director, Dr. Corinne Sinqui, to come with a program overview.
Good night, everyone. Protocol already established. I will move on so that we bring this very lovely ceremony to a close for the families to celebrate. Today is truly an awesome day. To God be the glory for what He has done. The training of young doctors in the Bahamas date back 57 years ago. And in 1997, we began the training of medical students. We are one of 4 sites for the University of the West Indies for this training. And the students transfer here after completing the first 3 preclinical years in one of the other campuses, in Jamaica, Trinidad, or Barbados. Our training site is affiliated with the Mona campus in Jamaica, but at the end of the day, we are one university, and the degree that is issued is from the University of the West Indies. We work diligently together to ensure that we maintain just to state again, can you hear us in the back? No. Okay, I think we are on now. Just want to repeat, our training site is affiliated with the Mona campus in Jamaica. But at the end of the day, we are one university, and the degree that is issued is from the University of the West Indies. We work diligently together to ensure that our standards and our reputation are maintained. Our graduates have made us renowned nationally, regionally, and internationally. And it is no surprise, like Dr. Roll mentioned, that they are selected preferentially all over the world. The University of the West Indies ranks in the top 1.5% of universities in the world, according and this is not our wish list, this is according to the Times Higher Education ranking results for 2022. And our ranking actually moved up a notch for 22. And we are the top university in the Caribbean. In 2023, UWI attained 5-year accreditation from the authority that assesses schools throughout the region. This is no easy accomplishment, and there are very few schools that can boast this achievement. 27 years ago, we started with a small class of 29 students with only 4 Bahamians. We now boast, counting this year's cohort, of having produced almost 700 new doctors, with 98% being Bahamian. In the last 3 years, the government of the Bahamas has funded 100% of the tuition for all Bahamian students in the last 2 clinical years of the program. The majority then proceed to complete internship here, and many remain employed in the public sector for years beyond. In 2002, we started our postgraduate programs, and we now have 7 such programs, and all the programs are delivered locally with limited rotations to other sites for added exposure and experience. A total of 164 specialists and subspecialists have graduated from these programs. and over 98% of them remain in the Bahamas, and most work in the public sector. Unlike many other countries, the brain drain did not occur here in the Bahamas, and the establishment of local programs has allowed the succession planning with replacement of specialists who are retiring. I'm one of them, soon to be replaced. I also want to acknowledge the government's commitment to UWI is tangible in other ways. It covers the staffing and infrastructural needs of the school. Our academic staff has only 6 full-time lecturers with over 100 associate lecturers and only 6 administrative staff. We can only say that we have accomplished much with a limited pool of full-time employees and cannot express enough gratitude to the adjunct staff who have helped us along the way. We will continue our discussions and plans to add additional programs and to design a program to satisfy the needs for the 2-year training post-internship as a requirement for registration with the Bahamas Medical Council. We welcome our new principal, Professor Denzel Williams, and are pleased to see the commitment that UWI, and in particular the Mona campus, has shown in maintaining and improving the operation here in the Bahamas. He's here to celebrate with us today, along with our campus registrar, Dr. Donovan Stanbury, and our deputy registrar, Jonathan Archie. In addition, this team is actively engaged in discussions for the renewal of the agreement between UWI, the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and the Public Hospital Authority. We anticipate that this will be completed soon. Now to you, our 45 newest doctors in the Bahamas. I am extremely proud, as I'm sure the cheering members of your families, friends, and soon-to-be co-workers. Take time to appreciate the sacrifices made by others to get you here. All the taxpayers of the Bahamas contributed to your education, and you now have the opportunity to pay them back with empathetic, high-quality service. You have not only survived the grueling years of medical school, but many of you are the product of the new unified exam format. With that said, I would like to personally congratulate Dr. Celeste Adderley, a Bahamian from Long Island. And she completed high school in Long Island. So what is so special about her? She is the highest performer in the entire region of 500 and we are talking about 531 students who sat the same examination, and Celeste is number 1. There is truly nothing that cannot be accomplished with hard work and determination. Thank you, and let the celebrations continue.
Thank you, Dr. Sinqui. Truly, we are proud of all of the accomplishments of the graduates of SCMR. And certainly, when you have the #1 student in the region in the house, we should all be proud. We're also delighted this evening to have the world-famous Royal Bahamas Defense Force Band in the house. Let me repeat, the world-famous Royal Bahamas Defense Force Band is in the house. And so they're going to give us a musical selection at this time. What a wonderful musical rendition. And right now, without further ado, we are always happy to welcome the Honorable Glennis Hannah Martin, Minister of Education and Technical and Vocational Training with us. Certainly we know the importance of education to a country, and she's always here to bring us wonderful remarks. Let's welcome her.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pinder Butler, for that introduction. And also, we've had a very extensive protocol, so I will not attempt to repeat that, but I wanted to recognize in this hall, I believe, the Acting Permanent Secretary, Culma, from the Ministry of Education, the Director, Dominique McCartney Russell, and Deputy Permanent Secretary Burrows, who heads our Scholarship Division. And to all here, family, the family in support of these wonderful young people. Good evening. It is a pleasure to share in this illustrious occasion, which marks the augmentation of the health sector in the Bahamas with the emergence of another exceptional cohort of medical professionals. Graduates, with much pride and admiration. I heartily congratulate you for successfully staying the course and overcoming what might have seemed as insurmountable challenges as you embark on one of the world's most noble professions. Each of you represent a beacon of hope for humanity as you this evening pledge to serve faithfully to the ministry of healing. Graduates, each of you represents hope for a future of an improved and sustainable national health and wellness sector as you contribute to the process of shaping our health policies. As a nation, we are proud that year after year, we produce in this country world-class physicians who, for the most part, remain here at home with the aim to expand healthcare access throughout the country. As Minister of Education and as simply a citizen of this great country, I am grateful for the commitment of the government of the Bahamas over the past 3 years as it has funded, and you've heard, 100% of the tuition for all Bahamian students during their last 2 clinical years of training at UWI. Now, you know that took some stress off their heads as they are engaging in their studies. Ladies and gentlemen, the University of the West Indies School of Clinical Medicine and Research in the Bahamas is indeed a leading institution within the region. Since its inception in 1997, the institution boasts of having produced approximately 700 first-rate doctors, with 98% being Bahamians. This is much reason to celebrate. What is even more gratifying is the fact that 98% of doctors who would have completed postgraduate studies at University of the West Indies as specialists and subspecialists have remained in the Bahamas, with most working in the public sector. Now that's a testimony. Graduates, as you seal your commitment to serving humanity through the critical field of medicine, I implore each of you to use your gifts here at home as we continue to build a legacy of excellence in healthcare. Ladies and gentlemen, our country is in need of more than just medical experts and skillful physicians, but rather individuals with a servant heart, those who are sensitive to the needs of a people in need of genuine care and concern. Graduates, you have the power to give hope to the hopeless and strength to the weak. We are quite aware of the grim narrative that is often conveyed regarding the lack of empathy throughout our healthcare system. You can aid in rewriting this narrative. Our nation believes in you, and we are depending on you to advance the level and quality of healthcare in the Bahamas. As you embark on your careers in this noble profession, do so with a mindset that embraces a desire to engage in lifelong learning and to adapt to necessary changes within your field. In this way, you will continue to aid in the development of a relevant and effective system of healthcare in our country. I wish to publicly thank the administrative team of UWI, Bahamas led by Director Dr. Corinne Sinqui Brown, for championing this cause to ensure the integrity and quality of Bahamian medical education are maintained. Commendations are also extended to the lecturers, clinical tutors, honorary associated lecturers. Thank you for your devotion to educating a generation of outstanding medical professionals. I also recognize the new principal, Professor Denzel Williams, who you'll hear from shortly, from the Mona campus, who continues to support the improvement of the operation here in the Bahamas. As I congratulate you, our graduates, once again on this very critical milestone, I admonish you to reflect on the fact that this institution of medical training was formed on the premise that a higher quality of care and better patient outcomes would ultimately be the result. Therefore, I entreat you to maximize your skills to improve the quality of life for all Bahamians as you make your mark in the world. And I want to end by specially mentioning Dr. Celeste Adderley. out of 500 students. Long Island. Long Island in the house. Long Island in the house. This young lady has made a nation proud, as have all of you. Congratulations. I wish you well. I pray that God strengthen you as you go into the field and bring health and wellness in this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those remarks. We know that we're all proud Bahamians in the house. We don't want to start a Long Island in the house. Abaco in the house. Anybody else in the house? Ackland's in the house. Any San Salvador in the house? All right. Freeport in the house. Andros in the house. All right. Eleuthera in the house. Okay. Anybody missing? Nassau in the house. All right, we're all here to celebrate tonight. And so right now we're going to welcome our illustrious Minister of Health, the Honorable Dr. Michael Darville, to bring his remarks. It's always a pleasure for us to have him here with us. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Ms. Pinda Butler. Give it up for the University of the West Indies. And give it up for our graduates. We are so excited of what you are about to accomplish in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Adopting the established protocol, I must acknowledge a few people. First of all, my colleague, the Honorable Glennis Hannah Martin, the Minister of Education. Also, our PHA Managing Director, Dr. Auburnet Roll. You're going to be seeing her soon. Also, Director, Dr. Cinqui Brown, and of course, our faculty of the University of the West Indies. This evening, it's a pleasure to join you, family, friends, lecturers, and distinguished guests here at the beautiful Baha Resort. And this is to highlight our graduates and to be a part of this historic occasion for the annual oath swearing and awards ceremony. Tonight, we not only congratulate the success of the 2024 MBBS students, but we also celebrate their academic achievements. To get where they are today has been a long journey that I could distinguishedly remember. Give it up for them. I think this is a good time. This is a work in progress. Class of 2024, this milestone marks the beginning of your journey in medicine, and I believe that this moment holds a great promise for the future of healthcare throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Graduates, you have worked hard to reach this point. And now, you are poised to make significant contributions to our communities and our healthcare system. As you embark on your medical careers, remember the words of Hippocrates. Wherever the art of medicine is loved, there is also a love for humanity. Let us operate in this guiding principle. It is through compassion, empathy, that we connect with our patients and make a lasting impact in their lives. I want to say that again. It is about making an impact in the lives of the patients you are privileged to serve. Ladies and gentlemen, as the Minister of Health and Wellness, it gives me great pride to witness the successful subvention scholarship program put in place by our administration and has been pivotal in the program's growth and success over the last few years. On coming to office, coming out of COVID-19, we found a system with depletion of healthcare workers, including physicians. We made a conscientious decision that we would invest in the training of additional physicians and create opportunities for postgraduate training. In 2022, the Cabinet of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas made a key policy decision to completely subvent the 4th and 5th year tuition for medical students. These government scholarships for doctors have established and helped many of you here today to achieve your dreams, goals, and aspiration to be a physician. This year, along with the medical and dental subvention scholarships, the government was pleased to offer subventions for scholarships in physiotherapy, speech pathology, dietitians, biomedical technology, healthcare administration, and other selected allied health professions. This initiative, along with the commitment to our continuous coverage of our nursing program and infrastructural upgrades, ensure that our students receive the best possible medical education right here in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Ladies and gentlemen, this evening we gather to honor and celebrate the remarkable achievements of 45 graduates in the class of 2024. Your hard work, dedication, and resilience had led you to an impressive 88.8% pass rate as first candidates from the University of the West Indies. This includes 6 honor students and, of course, our student with distinction. Blow that horn again, man. Give it up for our class of 2024. Yes. Class of 2024, stand up and take a bow. Stand up and take a bow to the Bahamian taxpayer. Good. Thank you so much. I'm sure we'll soon hear more about individual accomplishments and, of course, the accomplishment by our #1 student in the entire region, Dr. Adley. We are so proud of you. And I'm from Long Island, too. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to also recognize Dr. Sinqui Brown, the university faculty and staff, for their untiring dedication for your training and for your advancement as physicians. The university's commitment has been instrumental in helping all of our graduates, the entire 700 who have come through the program, achieve this essential milestone. Your effort ensures that our students are well prepared to meet both the triumphs and challenges of being a doctor in a developing country and on the verge of becoming an institute and country for modern healthcare services. At this time, I also would like to welcome our new principal, Professor Williams. Stand up for me, Professor Williams. I know you come into the, but you know I want to highlight he's in Bahamian colors. He's celebrating the Bahamian flag. Dr. Williams, I'm sure you will bring a fresh perspective to our program, and we look forward for your stellar leadership at the University of the West Indies. Your guidance will be invaluable as we continue to build on our successes and the new chapter for the University of the West Indies. Ladies and gentlemen, This evening is not only to celebrate the graduates, but to celebrate you. The parents, guardians, siblings, spouses, friends, whose strong support and contribution is tied in with their success. Your dedication and love is a key foundation to their achievements. Your support does not end tonight. As our graduates embark on their medical careers and go into various specialties and subspecialties, they will continue to rely on your love and encouragement. Finally, on behalf of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, I wish you all the best in your chosen field of medicine. You are now ambassadors to our nation's healthcare systems. And with that comes great responsibilities. Dr. Monroe spoke about it. I'm only here to say the importance of your responsibilities. As you step into this noble profession, I charge you once again to approach your work with integrity, dedication. Stay informed of what's happening in the healthcare arena, but also what's happening in the country. We're expecting you to demonstrate compassion for patients. Compassion for patients. The skills and knowledge you have acquired from the University of the West Indies at this particular point in your career is only the foundation. Continue to build on that foundation. Stay committed to lifelong learning. And let your passion for medicine be the driving force for your career. I am proud of you. The people of the Bahamas are proud of you. The University of the West Indies are proud of you. And we look forward to working with you to provide quality healthcare services, not only in New Providence and Grand Bahama, but some of our far-flung islands where the quality of healthcare service is just as important as New Providence and Grand Bahama. Congratulations once again to the class of 2024, and may your future be filled with success, fulfillment, and positive vibes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for those remarks, Honorable Minister. We're also excited to have with us during this induction ceremony our own principal of the Mona campus, Professor Denzel Williams. Let us welcome him now as he will bring the principal's address.
You know, as I looked at the program this morning, it really brings me back to the Lord's Day. And I may use this opportunity to expound on the Lord's Day. But in the West Indies, we play a game called cricket. And it was a beautiful British summer day. And one of the West Indies greats, George Headley, was at Lord's to play cricket. And the entire British Isle came out to watch Headley play cricket. And so, in his usual fashion, Headley would have taken a few spirits before he went to the wicket. And on the first ball, the bowler bowled Headley out. The bowler went to the umpire and said to the umpire, "Umpire, Headley's out." The umpire said, "Continue playing." At the end of the Lord's Day, the bowler went up to the umpire and said to the umpire, "Umpire, do you know Headley was out?" The umpire said, "I'm very mindful and aware that Headley was out, but the people didn't come to see you bowl, they came to see him bat." So I am very much mindful that today the people didn't come to hear a principal's address. They come to witness oath swearing and award ceremony for the graduating class of 2024. And with that in mind, I want to acknowledge the protocol that has been established. But in doing so, it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge a few persons in the audience as well. Let me acknowledge Minister Hannah Martin, Minister of Education. Let me also acknowledge Dr. Darville, the Minister of Health. Let me also acknowledge our own campus registrar, Dr. Stan Berry, and Deputy Campus Registrar, Mr. Jonathan Archie. Let me also recognize our own Dr. Corinne Sinqui. Let me also acknowledge and celebrate the class of 2024, and especially our awardee today, Dr. Celestial, as well. Let me also acknowledge the family members and well-wishers of the class of 2024. It is indeed a very happy occasion, and I'm very proud that we are here to celebrate with our comrades in the Bahamas on this very important occasion, and especially given that the class of 2024 from our School of Medicine here has one of the outstanding graduates for 2024. And I say that because most of you would know that this examination period was the first time that we're doing the unified exam. And I know that the examiners across the region from all the faculties of medical sciences spent a good amount of time making sure that this exam was robust and rigorous. And I was very pleased just a few days ago to have received the report that of the cohort that sat, the 538 students that sat the unified exam, we had a pass rate of 88%. I'm very proud of that. And it can only get better. It can only get better from here. And we will do everything at our UWI to make sure that we continue to improve on the examination. But let me take the opportunity to really congratulate class of 2024. And just to remind you that you are now joining the ranks of the UWI Pelicans. And UWI Pelicans is not something that you take lightly. It's a great brand. And with that brand comes certain responsibilities. And today, what I would like to do is to just remind you of how awesome that brand is. I think, Corinne, you have done a great job identifying that you're not just a part of any other university. You're a part of the only university in the Caribbean, the number one or in the top 1% of the best universities in Latin America and the Caribbean, which boast over 2,000 universities. And we are ranked in the top 1% of those universities. But similarly, as you would have heard, based on UNESCO's data, out of the 30,000 institutions that offer degrees, diplomas, and certificates, our University of the West Indies is in the top 3%. But if we go further, just last week, Times Higher Education released what they call the University Impact Ranking. And in that ranking, what it does, it looks at how universities across the world are contributing to the Sustainable Development Goals. And I'm very pleased to report that our University of the West Indies, there is a goal called goal number 17, which is called Partnership for the Goals. And Partnership for the Goals really looks at how universities are using their intellectual capital to collaborate with other institutions globally in order to advance the Sustainable Development Goals. And I'm very happy to report that our University of the West Indies, a university in a region that per capita income is roughly about 5,000 US dollars, a university in a region that has not seen any significant economic growth for over 50 years, which simply means we don't have much resources as many other universities in the world. And despite all the challenges, low economic growth, high unemployment, high levels of debt, etc., we were able to build a high-quality institution that today received a score of 100% in terms of Partnership for the Goals. This is remarkable. That's the quality of the brand that you're associating with. But I go further. Some time ago, maybe about 10 or so years ago, Vice Chancellor Harris, former Vice Chancellor of the UWI, took a concerted decision to make sure that your certification that you get from the university is portable. So when you go anywhere else in the world, no one has to ask, where did you get that certification from? And he decided that what we will do is to have the institutions of the various campuses ranked institutionally from the highest ranking agencies in your countries. But that was supposed to be a test of quality. And I happen to have sat on the MONA accreditation body during that period. And there is this, I call him a serial accreditor, minister, because he goes around the world and he has been doing this for 25 years. A gentleman called Dr. John Randall. And I recalled that when we had the closing out ceremony for the accreditation of the MONA campus in his first institutional accreditation, Mr. Randall came into the room and he made a statement that has stuck with me up to this day. He said, I've been accrediting universities in the world for over 25 years. He goes to almost 150 countries to accredit universities. And he said, today I must tell you, you at the University of the West Indies MONA campus, and university in general, you have one of the best quality assurance systems in the world. Now, this is not something you take for granted, because the degree that you're getting, that you will be awarded with from the UWI, it must value something. And what you can say is that what you're getting, that paper that you will collect from us in November, that paper has value. And that is value that is transferable, but it's value that is built to last. And so, as we talk about making sure that you associate with a great brand, it is important that as you continue to build your own brand as young medical professionals now, you make sure that 3 important principles guide you in the profession. One is honesty. You have to make sure that you're honest about doing everything that you do. And that is why you took your oath. The oath must mean something, because your brand is what is going to define you as you progress in your career. So make sure that you're honest. in doing and dealing with anyone within your sphere. The second thing is that you have to have integrity. You have to have integrity. It means that your word must be your bond. Honor that commitment of the oath that you take today to make sure that you deliver health care in the most professional way possible. And importantly, doctor-patient relationship is critical, but the only thing that really binds that relationship is trust. If you lose the trust of your patients, then you have lost your career. So importantly, if you're building the brand to be associated with this great brand called the UWI that I just described, I'm asking and I'm encouraging you to make sure you build it on the basis of trust, honesty, and integrity. And so, if you accept that mantra, you will accept also that you have a long and industrious career ahead of you. We're very proud of you at the University of the West Indies. We know that your journey was not easy. We know the challenges that you faced, but we must say heartiest congratulations to you, and most importantly, your support structure that allowed you to be here today. Congratulations, and we look forward to your successful journey ahead.
Thank you very much for that address. And once again, we are honored to have you here with us today. Right now, without further ado, I'm going to invite our past director, Dr. Robin Roberts, to introduce our keynote speaker.
Good evening. Due respect to our ministers, my health colleagues, our family members and well-wishers, and congratulations to the class of 2024. Tonight I have the charge and the honor to introduce our guest speaker. As I read through his biography, I was a little disappointed to see that he wasn't a student at the government high school, but I forgive him for that. I can hold against it, you know. But from his Queens College days, to his undergraduate education at McGill University, to the University of the West Indies, where he got his medical degree, and then to the United Kingdom, where he did his postgraduate training, and of course acquired his distinguished British accent. He is a son of the soil. He hails from that era in our history where its native sons and daughters identified themselves as the pioneers and builders of the foundation of the new independent nation of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. He was our first gastroenterologist at the Princess Margaret Hospital. He created and built the service. He purchased all the required state-of-the-art equipment and supplies. He trained all his personnel, and then he committed to provide services equally to both public and private patients, regardless of ability to pay. He has been recognized by his professional institutions and colleagues. He is a Commonwealth Scholar, a Fellow of the Royal College of Physicians of England, the American College of Gastroenterology, and now recently the President-elect of the Association of West Indian Gastroenterologists. So it is fitting tonight to have our new graduates to be given a charge by a medical pioneer and patriot, the traditional altruistic and caring physician. But he's done much more. He not only lived his career, he wrote and published books on medical practice in the Bahamas, from before his time to the present day. So today, he has emerged as our premier medical historian. So it is my treat tonight to introduce a quintessential physician, a noted chess player, an accomplished guitarist, an FAA-certified instrument-rated commercial land and sea pilot. He's a lifetime member of the Bahamas Historical Society, a Medical Association of the Bahamas medical historian. He is the author of 5 books, and yes, he's married with 2 children. I present to you tonight the father of gastroenterology in the Bahamas, our premier historian, Dr. Harold Munnings III. Dr. Munnings.
Before I begin, I'd like the audience to know I brought some presents to give away, some books. I have some easy questions for you. Get them right and be happy to give you, just see me afterwards. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I wish to thank Dr. Corinne Sinqui and the School of Clinical Medicine and Research for the great honor of this invitation to address this wonderful occasion. I thank Dr. Robin Roberts for his enthusiastic welcome to the podium. I say congratulations and well done to Dr. Sinqui and her team of medical educators that have turned these students into doctors. I'd like to single out Dr. Srikath Garikapathi for special mention. 6 years ago this month, he suffered a devastating family tragedy, and yet he has carried on, adding to the sum of young and not so young doctors to whom he is a beloved mentor. Ladies and gentlemen, the Bahamas is in a fight for the survival of our way of life. I'm not talking about climate change. I'm not talking about illegal immigration or violent criminal fringe. I'm talking about the threat created by those many people in the center. People who feel depressed, neglected, angry. Persons whose inadequate education and socialization limit their prospects for employment. Persons who see wrongdoing going unpunished. Persons who see resources that are marked for their benefit being siphoned off and diverted. Persons who see elected representatives represent only themselves and a charmed special circle. A strong education is the best weapon to oppose these evils, and for this fight, an army is being raised. The Ministry of Education is playing its part, investing heavily in education. Thanks to Minister Glenys Hanna-Martin and the Ministry of Education, the University of the Bahamas and other institutions are deploying battalions of educators, artists, scientists, and engineers who will build our country. Behold our special forces. Look at them. Handsome, poised, respectful, calm-headed, and smart. You can practically see the brains dropping off them. Look at them. Mark the manner of their bearing. They will do so much more for us than merely treat the sick, stop bleeding, mend torn flesh, and fix broken bones. Because they have learned how to keep calm when others are panicking, in the community they will be natural leaders in situations that are not directly health-related. Their experience with anxious relatives and angry patients have given them valuable skills in conflict resolution. skills that are in short supply in our community. This amazing group of young doctors sitting here don't just look good, they are stuffed full of the goodness that this country needs, our special forces. Look at them good. Graduates, I'm here to share with you something of our hospital history, to show you that none Thank you. Can you hear me now? None of our current problems are new. And I want to help you to understand that our history will help you to get through some of these frustrations when things don't work the way they should. Lord knows you're going to have enough on your plate as interns. But first, I'd like to, as well, join with the minister and the distinguished guests and visitors who have thanked the parents and the relatives and supporters of this group. You know, we need more of what you all have been able to do. And I'd like to encourage you all to get busy again. I can assure you medical science will come to your aid. Graduates, in 1954, when the Bahamas General Hospital was just 1 year old, soon to be renamed the Princess Margaret Hospital, those responsible for building it were already under fire. How could they build a hospital that had nowhere for children, nowhere for maternity patients, nowhere for TB patients, at a time when TB was the #1 killer? How could they do that? Here's the story. One afternoon that year, a young lawyer named Lyndon Pindling was playing baseball on the Southern Recreation Grounds when a batter hit high line drive. Pindling went to catch it, but he lost the ball in the sun. The ball smashed into his left eye. He was rushed to the hospital and admitted to the male surgical ward. He had a serious injury. He spent weeks on the ward. But luckily for him, the government had just employed a man by the name of Dr. Jan Steele Perkins, a retired British military eye surgeon. And after weeks on the ward, Pindling left with his sight intact, but with a lifelong strabismus. Perkins, and every pioneering specialist that has followed him, was frustrated by the lack of equipment and space for his specialty. But Perkins was influential, persuasive, and he had rich friends. Perkins got a wealthy winter resident to donate $10,000. That's over $200,000 in today's money. And Lady Eunice Oakes, widow of Sir Harry, said she would match it. Plans were almost complete when Lady Eunice said, well, you can't build an eye wing and have nowhere for children. And so Lady Eunice said, well, I will double my donation. And she got the plans fixed at the last minute. And that's how we wound up with an eye wing with a children's ward stuck on top, a full year before the chest ward opened. The building was put in the hands of Mr. Charles Diggis. He was the Department of Public Works top builder at the time. And he told me, for those of you that know something about building, the late Mr. Diggis told me that the first time bar joists were used in this country was when they built the eye wing. They had to bring them in specially when the plans were adjusted at the last minute. You might think the maternity area would be next on the list for renovation or improvement, but in 1964, a man named James Rand placed $500,000 in the hands of the pathology department. He wanted to see more autopsies done in the hospital. He was very impressed with the quality of the pathologists here. And that's how it became the Rand Lab. That money in trust, 30 years later, was able to fund a $160,000 plus expansion to the Rand Lab. Money the government did not have to find. While plans for the maternity area, money the government does have to find, remain on the drawing board. Graduates, another source of frustration can be shortages of medicine and supplies. A few years ago, within a short space of time, a resident doctor was caught red-handed collecting fees from public patients. A storeroom supervisor was caught grocery shopping in the hospital. And nurses were seen leaving the wards to do private duty work in people's homes. I have a free book for someone who can tell me what year that was. Any guess? 85, I'm hearing. Do we have any other offers? 77? 75? Who said 72? Okay. If there's no one closer to 72, come and see me afterwards. The year was 1915. It was so bad that the governor convened a commission of inquiry into the workings of the hospital. The superintendent was summoned to bring all the financial records because when they started looking more closely, they had trouble accounting for the money that was collected for private work. But somehow a mysterious fire broke out in the superintendent's office that burnt up all the records. L.W. Young was a member of that commission. He was the MP for the Eastern District at the time. And he was so disgusted with the chief medical officer, he voted to abolish the post. We would not have had Dr. Dal Regis had that gone through, but they elected to keep the post. But two things came out of that commission that are with us to this day. One, they removed all hospital duties from the duties of the chief medical officer. They made it a purely public health post. The second thing they did, they introduced an admission slip. We all have to fill out an admission slip that came from that commission. And anyone going to the private ward needed to have a signature or a stamp after that commission. Another source of grief that has a long history is the inability to future-proof renovations and expansions. Sometimes defective planning, but not always. For example, in 1976, the government opened the wing that houses the outpatients clinic and x-rays. That was to great fanfare, and the government was completely correct in its now emphasizing ambulatory services. But one consultant ridiculed it. He said, "This is a farce. We have a desperate shortage of staff in the main hospital, and here you're building a wing for outpatients. That doesn't make any sense." He was in a minority. The hospital's chief radiographer, the late Mrs. Clarice Granger, had nothing but praise for the ultra-modern equipment that was in her department. Just 4 years later, first Bahamian radiologist came back. Can someone tell me who that was? Not my colleagues. Who was the first Bahamian radiologist? Dr. Larry Carroll. Well, Dr. Carroll was not impressed. This was only 4 years after our brand new ultra-modern X-ray facility opened. He blasted the minister. He said, "This is, in this day and age when everyone has satellite springing out of their roof, look at this ancient equipment." That's how fast medicine can change, and things that are modern one day are obsolete the next. I really feel for our leadership. I mean, running a hospital is hard. I think we will be in very good hands with our incoming administrator. She's been in the trenches a long time. But the government has a hard job to run a hospital. Securing a win is difficult. The government knows healthcare is important, but it really is difficult. I could go on with more stories like this, but I'm sorry, I have to tell you, I have to tell you a darker chapter. This month marks the 23rd anniversary of one of the darkest days in the 70-plus year history of our hospital. It was a Sunday morning, July 2001, when Nurse Joan Lunn, one of the nation's most skilled private duty nurses, was murdered in room 3 on the private surgical ward. This tragedy, along with other serious incidents, spurred the transformation of the hospital away from the family-friendly general hospital that it was when my generation were interns. Entrances were closed, balconies were enclosed, windows were screened. Gone now are the welcoming hostesses that used to greet us at the main entrance, the yellowbirds. Gone is the tuck shop for visitors and the peanut boy who somehow found his way everywhere in the hospital. Gone are the airy corridors that used to buzz with high school students and prayer warriors. Our work environment is safer, although a far less cheerful place than it once was. It certainly is not our primary danger zone. We are members of the community and subject to the same perils as everyone else. But add to that our long history of looking after others far better than we look after ourselves. When people learn that you're a doctor, they think you must get excellent medical care. It's like when you tell people you're from the Bahamas and they think you're on the beach every day. But the fact is, we don't go to the beach. Here's another story. On September 11th, 1945, a young reporter by the name of Arthur Folks was called to the hospital off his job at the Nassau Guardian. He was called to come and check on his father, Dr. Folks. I have a book for anyone who could tell me Dr. Folks' first name. No, it wasn't Arthur. No, it wasn't Arthur. Sir Arthur was surprised. The future Sir Arthur was surprised because his father, Dr. Alexander Folks, had seemed quite well all week. In fact, he had only the day before flown to Clarencetown. I told you I had Long Island in my talk. Only the day before he had flown to Clarencetown and back on an emergency mission. Dr. Folks had been all over the world, but he was deathly afraid of flying. And that emergency medical mission to Long Island was the first time he had ever been on an airplane. He only volunteered for the mission because it was a good friend of his, the commissioner of Long Island, who got shot in an altercation. So he volunteered to go along with the detective and the nurse to bring the commissioner back to Nassau. So Arthur found his father sitting up in his chair, stone dead from a heart attack. I reiterate the message that Doctors Darren Halliday and Medea Hepburn have given to previous UWI graduates. Self-care must be a priority. The list of physicians who have left us prematurely from coronary artery disease and from the same cancers and mental health disorders that we effectively manage in our own patients is too long. Why don't we go to the beach? Let me leave you with the top 4 life lessons that I share with my own students. 1, recognize your worth. You'll be taking on a level of responsibility that no one else has or even wants. You're too valuable to check out early, either physically or mentally. So direct some of that awesome brain power to self-care. For heaven's sake, don't drive when you're dying to sleep. Find yourself a primary physician and go for regular checkups. 2, identify a personal mission. What problem do you see in our country that you'd like to fix? 3, financial literacy is important. Start planning for retirement now. Much sooner than you would believe, you'll get the same shock that I did when one day you go to renew your NIB card and they give you one that's stamped senior. Finally, you're more than your chosen profession. Are you in a choir? Are you a designer, a dancer, an entrepreneur? Nurture your interests. Be multidimensional. I close with a charge to our leaders in the Public Hospitals Authority and government. Listen to these doctors. Give to them, as far as is possible, the tools they need to deliver care. Treat them with respect. Keep them in the loop. I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about communication. Keeping them in the loop when changes are being anticipated to their work environment. Graduates, our special forces, I say to you again, congratulations and well done. And welcome to the club. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Munnings, for that informative keynote address. We always appreciate your historical aspects on our medical journey in this country. And right now, we're going to have some special awards at this time. The first award that we will present will be the Dr. Anthony Regis Award. Dr. Anthony Regis was a Trinidadian-born anesthesiologist who was married to our former CMO and now Registrar of the Medical Council, Dr. Mercelyn Dal Regis, who's coming on the podium now, along with Ms. Irma Garraway. Dr. Regis joined the UWI Bahamas training site in 1998 and served as the acting director from 1997 to 2007 under Professor Howard Spencer. He was truly a mentor and a father to many of us who have come through the UWI School of Clinical Medicine and Research. He will be forever missed and remembered for his mentoring and his fatherly attitude. This award is presented to none other than Dr. Celeste Adderley. Our second special award is the award for the most outstanding student, the Bahamas class of 2024, the Dr. Cecil and Bethel Award. Dr. Bethel was the first Bahamian to have graduated from the UWI in 1957. He was a well-respected and renowned internist, and he delivered 30 years of care in the government services. His contributions to the growth and the development of the medical profession are legendary. He was a member of the Joint Committee of the Bahamas Medical Council, the Medical Association of the Bahamas, and a member of the Committee to Review and Draft the Medical Act. He demonstrated the highest standard of medical practice and ethical principles for physicians to follow. He always made sure everyone was treated with dignity, fairness, and support. And we are happy to present this award to none other than Dr. Celeste Adderley. We have one final award for the evening. That award will be presented by Professor Denzel Williams, our principal. And that award is for our student with the highest performance in the clinical exams of 2024. And that person is none other than Dr. Celeste Adderley. Congratulations, and certainly we know that all of our graduates have done exceedingly and abundantly well. Let's give them a round of applause. Well done, well done. For the moment, I think many of you are here for, I see here the cowbells. We're going to now invite our internal medicine lecturer, Dr. Christine Chin, as well as our lecturer for epidemiology and biostatistician, Mr. Alfonso Blake, to now call our newest doctors and our inductees at this time.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, honored guests, and our newest doctors, today we gather to celebrate a significant milestone in the journey of our healthcare community, the induction of our new doctors. These talented individuals have dedicated years of hard work, perseverance, and compassion to reach this moment. They come from diverse backgrounds, bringing fresh perspectives and innovative ideas that will enrich our practice and enhance patient care. As they step into their new roles, let us remember the profound impact they will have on the lives of their patients and the community. Together, we will support them as they embark on this noble journey, fostering a culture of collaboration, learning, and excellence. Please join me in welcoming our new doctors to the team. We look forward to the incredible contributions they will make in the future to come. Thank you. Okay, so our first newest doctor in the Bahamas is none other than we have to call Dr. Ave Bethel to come and robe this new doctor, please. And then I'll ask Dr. Mortimer Moxie to come up as well to be the next rober. So she'll be robing Dr. Celeste Adderley. Congratulations. Woo! Dr. Mortimer Moxie will now robe Dr. China Arana.
Thank you very much. We'll now invite Dr. Anaja Edwards. Dr. Anaja Edwards, who will robe Dr. Cheryl Archer.
We'll now invite Dr. Tamika Johnson-Dames to robe Dr. Antoni and Bristow. Congratulations. Congratulations. Dr. Nevelina Munnings-Thompson, can we invite you to come up, please? You'll be robing Dr. Melissa Burrows. Congratulations.
Next, we have Dr. Gregory Neal, who will robe with honors in final medicine, MBBS, Dr. Elena Carey.
Can Dr. Krista Nodges come up, please? She'll be robing Dr. Aisha Carey. Congratulations. Can we welcome Dr. Harold Munnings, our keynote speaker and our medical historian, to come up, please? And Dr. Felicia Colley is next. Congratulations.
Thank you much. Next, we invite Dr. Andrel Burrows, who will robe Dr. Shaquan Hooper. Thank you and congratulations again. Dr. Carolyn Burnett Garraway, please come up. And can I ask Dr. Vernon Davis Jr. to come up and get robed by Dr. Burnett? Can I invite Dr. Cindy Dorset? She'll be robing her daughter, Dr. Taj Dorset.
who made honors in her final MBBS exams. So I don't know if you heard me, but Taj, Dr. Dorset, she made honors on her final MBBS exams. Woo!
How lovely, mother and daughter. Next we have Dr. Reginald Carey Sr., who will robe Dr. Valtier Edgecombe. Dr. Andrea Griffith-Bowe, can we invite you to come up to the podium, please? She'll be robing Dr. Jasmine Ferguson. Congratulations. Woo! Congratulations again. Dr. Valencia Johnson, can we invite you to come up to the podium, please? And we have another Dr. Ferguson, Dr. Jade Ferguson. Congratulations. Woo! Next, we'll invite Dr. Shakira Jones, who will robe Dr. Joyce Fernander.
Can Dr. Floyd Carter come up, please? He'll be robing our next honors candidate. They did honors in their final MBBS exam. It's Dr. LaVon Gardner. Congratulations. Congratulations. Is Dr. Rod Cargill in the house? Come on down, please. And he has the honor of robing Dr. Glendier Gomez.
Thank you very much. And next we'll invite Dr. Janelle Osadebe Brown, who will robe Dr. Janelle Higgins. Congratulations again. Can Dr. Yasmin Ingram come to the podium, please? Dr. Ingram will be robing Dr. Rolanda Ingram. Congratulations. The Dr. Ingrams are cousins, first cousins. Congratulations again. Can Dr. Sergio Kerr come down, please? Dr. Kerr will be robing Dr. Christian Johnson. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Next, we invite Dr. Karen Rowe, who will robe Dr. Adriana Kelly.
Next up is Dr. Kenneth Kemp, who is cousins to Dr. Deveni Kemp. Congratulations. Come down. Come to the stage. Yeah. Dr. Saida Bo, come to the podium, please. She'll be robing Dr. Joel Lightborn Jr. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. We'll now invite the Medical Chief of Staff for the PMH, Dr. Francis Williams, who will robe Dr. Countess Miller.
Dr. Bernard McPhee. We are so proud of all our graduates. Let's have Dr. McPhee robe Dr. Jana Munker. Congratulations. May I invite Dr. Varunda Sakahar to come down. She's our lecturer for gynecology and obstetrics. She will be robing Dr. Shante Moss. Congratulations.
Next, we'll invite Dr. Ronald Knowles, who will robe Dr. Malvin Moore.
Congratulations, Malvin. Can Dr. Colin Wright come up to the podium, please? You'll be robing Dr. Simone Moxie. Congratulations, Dr. Moxie. Let's welcome Dr. Sherilyn Hannah Mahace to the stage, please. And is Dr. Lincoln Mullings around? Congratulations. Look at Toshi.
They were instructed to pay attention to the cameras. They were instructed to pay attention to the cameras.
I don't know. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Because they're not focused on the camera on the video.
I don't know. Your turn.
Yeah. Okay. So next up, we'll invite Dr. Patricia Duncombe-Delaney, who will robe Dr. Walicia Mullins.
Let's welcome Dr. Adonola Alurin to the stage, please. Let's welcome Dr. Brittany Nairn, our newest doctor. Dr. Sai Pierre, come to the podium, please. And congratulations to Dr. Cameron Nuri. Woo.
Okay, I must admit I love the excitement. But for the next person, we'll invite Dr. Carlos Thomas, who will robe Dr. Tavia Nutedge.
Congratulations. Let's get Dr. James Johnson to come to the stage. He's our esteemed gynecologist. He'll be robing Dr. Tyrone Purple. Congratulations. Are there any Dr. Phillips in the house? We've got two of them coming to robe their son and brother, Dr. Winston and Jonathan Phillips, who will be robing Dr. Jordan Phillips. Congratulations. The third doctor in the house. The third doctor in the family. Sorry, that is the fourth doctor in the family.
A whole family of doctors, guys. So next up, we have Dr. Sabrika Pinder Butler, who will robe Dr. Andia Pinder.
Congratulations, Dr. Pinder. Can we invite Dr. Charles Ramming, our esteemed neurologist, to come up to the stage, please? He's uncle to Dr. Amelia Ramming. Congratulations. Let's invite Dr. Daniil Williamson to the stage, please. And may we welcome Dr. Kashante Roker. Congratulations.
Next, we invite Dr. Ricardo Davis, who will robe Dr. Shanae Roll.
Congratulations. Can we invite Dr. Dane Bowe, our orthopedic surgeon, to come on board, please? And he'll be robing this honors candidate. He achieved honors in his final MBBS exams. This is Dr. Arian Seymour. Congratulations. Congratulations again, Aaron. Can we have Dr. Kevin Moss come up to the podium, please? Kevin Moss is our pulmonologist. He'll be robing Dr. Charley Smith. Congratulations.
Next, we invite Dr. Loxley Monroe, who will robe Dr. Worrell Simmons. Thank you and congratulations.
Let's welcome Dr. Folks Mackey to the stage, please. You'll be robing Dr. Abigail Wallace. Woo! Congratulations. Can we welcome Dr. Richard Braham to the stage, please? Dr. Richard Braham will be robing another honors doctor who achieved honors in final MBBS exams, Dr. Samika Williams. Congratulations.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So before we finish, I'm going to ask you for 10 seconds of pause, just 10 seconds. And after I call these last two names, I want you to let out the loudest cheer you have had all evening. Okay? So I'll invite Dr. Vrunda forward, who will robe Dr. Katrina Woodside.
Face the camera, face the camera, face the camera.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of my colleague, Dr. Christine Chin, I am Alfonso Blake, and I want to thank you again for cheering on our newest doctors in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And again, just give it up again once more for a round of applause for the newest doctors in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
We're going to now invite Dr. Celeste Adderley to lead the class of 2024 into the oath. We're going to ask for some silence during this most serious time, and all physicians in the house, can you kindly stand as well?
I gratefully acknowledge the distinction to be conferred me, and I solemnly promise that as a graduate in medicine, I will abide steadfast in all due loyalty to the ethics of my profession and endeavor always promote the welfare and maintain the reputation of the University of the West Indies. Within the exercise of my profession, I will never have in mind the sick and the well-being of the healthy. To this end, I will use all my knowledge, judgment. I will keep silence on any matter which may see or hear the course of my professional work, and which would be improper to divulge. I will not permit considerations of religion, nationality, race, party politics, or social standing influence my duty to my patient. Okay, great. Standing on the established protocol, good evening. As I stand before you today, particularly with my medical colleagues, I am reminded of our arduous journey and how God has brought each of us a mighty, and I mean a mighty, long way. For us, we all walked different paths. We each have a story and a testimony. We reflect diverse backgrounds, but despite our many differences, we are a family. Allow me to take you back to our very first day of medical school, when we were all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, filled with hopes and dreams of our desired future. Many of us hadn't known each other, but of course we all just listened for the first bay, to then ask, "Are you Bahamian?" Or if you were bold like certain people, you stood up in class and asked, "Where are all the Bahamians at?" And from there, lifelong friendships were forged. Before you knew it, it was the third day, and you were already feeling 3 weeks behind. I remember this one course where the lecturer had so passionately taught us for 2 hours straight, and at the end, I turned to my colleague and said, "I am going to fail," because I understood nothing she had just said. I'm sure we all can relate to that one course where we were petrified from beginning to end that we were going to fail, only to them come out victorious. I have always said those are the courses that build character. Nevertheless, through all the hard work, we always found the time to de-stress and temporarily unclutter our minds. Whether it be gallivanting down to Oystons for Pat's grilled fish and chips, the avenue to let loose with our colleagues, or taking weekend trips to Ocho Rios. We were able to immerse ourselves in the culture, and before we knew it, these countries became our home away from home. We consider ourselves to be honorary Trinidadians, Bajans, and Jamaicans. Then the world was faced with the global pandemic, which pushed many of us to begin utilizing virtual platforms. I'm sure we all can remember logging into those early morning Zoom classes only to drift back to sleep, to then be awoken by the lecturer calling our names. Or how about logging out in panic when our names were called? At a moment's notice, we resumed face-to-face instruction in the hospital during the world's third wave, finally experiencing ward rounds and the trauma of not knowing the answers, which drove us to read and learn more. At last, we were home. Our last leg took us to the UWI SCMR campus. We were not only grateful to be back home, surrounded by family and friends, but also we missed the peas and rice, the baked macaroni, the fried fish. Need I say more? It was our 4th year when we returned home and shared our experiences from the different campuses. But it does not matter which campus we started at, for UWI's excellence spans across the entire region. I must admit, 4th year flew by, but there were a few unforgettable moments. We all can recall the obstetrics and gynecology rotation. We will wait around the labor ward for hours to, as we famously say, catch a baby. Your very first delivery is one you will never forget. To witness the act of giving birth, there are no words that truly captures the series of emotions felt. Then 5th year came, and I, like many of my colleagues, was terrified. We were one step closer to MBBS, and reality was beginning to set in. It also meant that internship was just around the corner. While reminiscing on 5th year, a number of memories filled my mind. How many of us can recall Dr. Ramphal's classes where he always encouraged us to be innovative? Dr. Shrikant's classes, which were like our own private M&M meetings, where he challenged us to reorganize our thoughts. Randomly seeing Dr. Sinkwi around campus, always smiling and encouraging us with her kind words. Going to Dr. Vrunda's office hours and chatting about any and everything. Or how about Dr. Barnett's Saturday sessions, where he must have went through the entire orthopedic syllabus twice. And yet faithfully, he came every Saturday, including his birthday, eager to impart his knowledge to us. Last, but certainly not least, our bedside sessions with Dr. Chin, where she sharpened our examination skills. May the aforementioned memories serve not only as a constant reminder of happy times, but I admonish each of us to embody the characteristics of these fine medical professionals. Be a listening ear to patients like Dr. Vrunda, passionate like Dr. Ramphal, encouraging like Dr. Sinkwi, meticulous like Dr. Chin, dedicated like Dr. Barnett, and compassionate like Dr. Shrikant. It is still hard to believe that we were the first set of candidates for the new unified MBBS examinations. We often joked amongst ourselves that we were the experiment. Nevertheless, one feels that the University of the West Indies ought to be commended for the quality of this year's examinations. Our seniors did their utmost best to ensure we were comfortable and competent, despite it being a new learning experience for all of us. There are sides of medicine that people do not see. It is the fear of failure. It is the fear of not being enough. Many nights of tears, of anxiety before exams, of results that did not reflect your effort, from mental breakdowns to financial hardships, we fought to get to where we are today. Sadly, we lost those who we valued the most on this journey, who unfortunately are not here to celebrate with us. Please let us pause for a brief moment of silence. To hear some of our stories of overcoming insurmountable odds in the face of extreme adversity will leave many of you astounded. We started medical school during the greatest natural disaster of our country's history. For one of our classmates, he literally had to carry his grandmother on his back to safety days before beginning medical school. For another, a young mother of 4 who had to balance a marriage and family and give her all and more each day. The young administrator who left at the pinnacle of his career to fulfill his lifelong dream. The young family legacy who felt the pressures while following in his family's footsteps. For those who had to suddenly uproot and leave their island of comfort and navigate the hustle and bustle of Nassau while simultaneously figuring out medical school. Myself, who has had to move from place to place more times in the last 2 years than I've otherwise had to in my entire lifetime. Our journeys were not easy. However, let us be reminded that despite the vicissitudes of life, there is a just God above who promised to never leave nor forsake us. A God who held all of our hands to the very end. I know he sure held mine, and I was not letting go. I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. It is important for us to remember that this isn't a promise of immediate relief, but rather, if you trust the process, God will see you through. We are not here by choice, but by God's design. For those of us who may have a delay in this journey, hold fast to the belief that you may be temporarily delayed, but never denied. In this class, we have a pastor, youth senator, athletes, EMTs, musicians, and other creatives, representing the length and breadth of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, from Grand Bahama in the north, Eleuthera, and my beloved home in the south, Long Island. But we all share one common goal: to serve our Bahamian people. This was not just our fight. It was also the fight of our loved ones that helped to get us to where we are today. To our family members, friends, mentors, lecturers, and the administrative staff of the UWI SCMR, we express our deepest gratitude. You weathered the storm with us in our darkest hours. To the government of the Bahamas, thank you for supporting us during our medical career. To the consultants, registrars, senior house officers, and interns, too numerous to name, but taught us all that we know, thank you. Finally, will the class of 2024 please stand? I am immensely proud and honored to call you my colleagues. It has indeed been a pleasure getting to know and work alongside each of you. I am optimistic about the future of healthcare, for I see before me future leaders, innovators, and trendsetters. Individuals who will impact the medical profession not only here in our beloved Bahama land, but throughout the world. Congratulations, doctors.
What an excellent response on behalf of the class of 2024. Give them another round of applause. And now we're almost at the close of this induction ceremony, but we know that in all things we must give thanks. And so we will now welcome Dr. Samika Williams. But just before Dr. Williams comes with the vote of thanks, I want to invite Dr. Vernon Davis.
Good night, everyone. Not all angels have wings, and not all superheroes wear capes. With her daily newspaper, timely magical mints, and stack of keys, Ms. Bain has been our counselor, our spiritual warrior, our confidant, our guardian angel, and without her, many of us would not be where we are today. You would have been with us during our highest highs and lowest lows with an encouraging word and radiant smile. You kept us centered, focused, and covered. You have done so much for so many that we could not celebrate this day without publicly thanking you. Today, we shower you with just a few gifts to show our love and appreciation. You have been our MVP, so today the gifts include a jersey that's personalized for you, a ticket that takes you to your favorite football team game, and a travel voucher. We thank you for everything you've done for us. We love you.
A pleasant good evening to all. On behalf of the entire graduating class and the faculty, I stand with great honor to express our deepest gratitude for making this day truly special. Today, we celebrate the remarkable achievements of the University of the West Indies School of Clinical Medicine and Research and the graduating class of 2024. This moment represents years of perseverance, sacrifice, and unwavering commitment to the pursuit of knowledge and healing. As we step into the next phase of our lives, we owe a debt of gratitude to many. Firstly, all reverence and thanks to our Almighty God for seeing us from the beginning to the end of this journey. Today, we revel in this moment only because of His strength and His grace. To the University of the West Indies School of Clinical Medicine and Research, under the superb direction of Dr. Sinkwi, along with the devoted lecturers and associated professors, our gratitude knows no bounds. Your dedication to nurturing the physicians of tomorrow, or rather of today, has been invaluable. You constantly pushed us to surpass our potential and dream grander dreams. Today is a reflection of your guidance and unrelenting efforts. Thank you. To Ms. Marsha Bean, there are not enough words to express our thankfulness. Your exceptional commitment to the students and staff of SCMR is profoundly appreciated. You have made the place where we spent most of our days a true home away from home. Tonight, we thank you and we honor you for your years of dedicated service, and we pray God's richest blessings upon you. To the administrative and supportive staff of SCMR, we extend our heartfelt thanks. Your contributions on and behind the scenes are recognized and forever valued. To the staff and patients of the Princess Margaret Hospital, we express our sincerest gratitude for creating a space for students to garner knowledge and skills that shaped us into who we are today. To those who participated and played a role in today's ceremony, making it a success, especially our Mistress of Ceremony, Dr. Pinda Butler, thank you for your exceptional guidance throughout today's proceedings. Your poise and professionalism have truly enhanced this celebration. Thank you. I would also like to take this time to acknowledge and thank our distinguished speakers, Dr. Loxley Monroe, the president of the UWI Medical Alumni Association of the Bahamas, Dr. Gemma Roll, president of the Medical Association of the Bahamas, the Honorable Glennis Hannah Martin, Minister of Education and Technical and Vocational Training, the Honorable Dr. Michael Darville, Minister of Health and Wellness. Thank you for your greetings and remarks. Your support for our future medical professionals is greatly appreciated. To Professor Denzel Williams, Principal of the University of the West Indies, thank you for your address and for continuing to honor the university's mission. Your vision for our institution will guide us toward excellence. Dr. Robin Roberts, the former director of UWI, thank you for taking the time out to introduce our speaker and for your continued support and dedication to the students and staff of UWI. Dr. Harold Munnings Jr., our keynote speaker for this evening's ceremony, thank you for taking the time out to share words of wisdom and encouragement. May we be guided by the wisdom shared today and apply it from this day forward. Our sincerest gratitude is extended to Bahamas for graciously hosting us. Your hospitality and support provided the perfect setting for this celebration, and we are thankful for your partnership. To everyone who played a role in this ceremony, from the Royal Bahamas Defense Force Band to the volunteers behind the scenes, thank you. You have made this event a remarkable one. Our family and friends, you all deserve a special mention. We extend much thanks to you all for your sacrifices, your commitment to our dreams, your unwavering support, love, prayers, and those late-night pep talks. They have fueled our determination, which allowed us to turn our dreams into a reality. Lastly, to the graduating class of 2024, thank you for daring to chase your dreams and for not giving up. Because of your hard work, the Bahamas has 45 new, fresh, and devoted doctors. As we embark on this new chapter, let us hold on to the lessons, memories, and bonds we've made during our time at SCMR. May we continue to uphold the values of compassion, integrity, excellence in our medical careers. Congratulations, my fellow doctors, on achieving a remarkable milestone, and thank you, everyone.
We are going to have our recessional by the Royal Bahamas Defense Force Band, but we're going to ask that you hold your seats. I know that everyone is excited to greet the newest doctors in the 242, but we're going to do official photographs, and so we ask that you give the official photographers room to do their expert jobs that they're here for tonight. And as soon as we're done with official photographs, the class of 2024 will greet you. Thank you.